Shalum Shalum Mashpaka, Watchman Yirmiyahu, Qadashayam of Yasharal, the narrow path, and we are back. Going back to Cali. Don't think to like it, but it's the load that Abba provided and Abba ordained. And so let us give thanks and be glad. It's 7 a.m. local time. Been up 4 hours. It's just starting to get light enough to do some recording. I've had to make a few interesting road changes, but I'm on 94/80 west. I was on 90/80 west, and it had me get off on 6 and 12. I don't know. The ramps are closed. There's another major interstate interchange ramp closed. Last time I saw 2 in one day, and I went a different route to El Cajon. That's where we're going again, El Cajon. So I guess this is El Cajon 2 and part 1. Go figure. Baruk Yahuah. Alright, so we are in Illinois. I did see a way station, however, it is closed. So no worries there. I'm looking for a place, basically a rest area. Use the restroom, get a second cup of coffee, but also there's some LED light strips on the side of this trailer that are on. I could not find switches. I looked inside. I posted the question in our Facebook group, and it is, I guess it's kind of like a private group. You know, you need to have a driver number and safety miles, be with Wave Express. And so one of the guys said that it's inside. Now I never want to go inside these trailers. I just grab the paperwork and lock the door. I don't want to place Slovakia. I don't want to place foot inside. Nope, not even a little bit. You know, they have de-leasing policies about going inside and all that. It's like, what the heck, bro? You know, make it so that the shuttle driver or whoever is the last one to touch the unit. Like, come on, I'm going all the way from Indy to California. I don't need to be getting a unit that's got lights left on. But it is what it is. I'm gonna try to get a little walk around, show you. You know, just kind of waiting to find the place that I can pull over. I don't want to exit and go to like a business. I just want to go to a regular rest area. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for. If I don't see one, I may have to settle for a pilot/flying J. We'll see. But I'm gonna most likely see you again outside with the walk around. All right? Shalom. Okay, family. I wanted to do a walk around showing the trailer that we're taking to Cali. It's a Forest River Wildwood X Light. It's actually pretty long for how light it is. Right at about 8,000 pounds. I believe it was 79.65. It has a rear patio and large awning, slide out, and yeah, So I figured out how to turn those LEDs off. The switch is inside. I did have to go inside. I'm gonna make some coffee and we'll get back on the road. Hallelujah. Okay. Got some kind of a bridge coming up here. I did not look ahead. I think this could be the Mississippi River. Baruk Atah. All right, it's 10:30 Goshen time, so 7.5 hours in today, and oh, we just crossed into Iowa. So there you go. It's actually kind of funny because I was talking to my Yashar'Al last night. Hi baby, I love you. And I said, oh yeah, when I talk to you, I'll already have been driving for several hours. I wonder, will I be in Illinois or Iowa? I don't know. Well, there's the answer. Welcome to Iowa. It's only 7:35 back home, so it was close. It was close. If I would have taken even an extra hour to get here, then I could have talked to her and still have been in Illinois. We got 14 minutes to go to get to a fuel stop, and I'm not sure. I was having a difficult time getting my cash advance. I do show it on the app, but I don't know if it ever made it into the actual comp data account. So I mean, I guess I would, I halal that I have enough funds in there to cover the gallons that I'm needing to get. I called in several times and I was getting voice messages that were saying, it's Great Day Wave, it's Friday, August 22nd. I'm like, no, it's not. And then the last time I called in, it was a male that answered, so I'm not sure. As for the last 5 of them in, I gave it to him. He said, you're all set. It's like, so I logged into the app and I saw that they had applied the $1,000, but I'm not seeing it reflected yet as if like it actually got transferred. So we'll see, and I'll update you the next time that we get on and chat. Not a lot to share right now. Sometimes no news is Taub news, as they say, right? All right. Shalom, family. It really is gorgeous weather today in Iowa. It's very near to Council Bluffs. It says it's 75 degrees and blue skies. It's partly cloudy. There's a bit of a breeze, and it's blowing over the tops of the corn you see there. Looks like a sea, like the water. So I figure I might as well try to capture some of it. Not a lot of time on the video today. have something to do with, trying to go to bed really, really early yesterday evening so that I could wake up at 3, get my 10-hour shift reset or refresh, to get out early, because I'm going to try to do the majority of my driving, I guess late night, very early dawning, because I figured I had Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I gotta drop the trailer off by Tuesday in South California from Indiana. So I need to try to go about 600 miles. And if I can kind of start early enough and end early enough, then I can make it to the dealership before the window closes at 3 for them. So I'll call them on Monday, and I think I'll also have a little bit better idea of how everything's shaping out. I've tried to plan ahead, and I have some stops. I will tell you, even on this day, I had a stop at a rest area, but it was leaving me with too much time. So I said, I'm just going to change it. I'm just going to press on to a pilot. Plus, I'm thinking that I could have a little bit better, what would you call it? I use the data on my phone as a hotspot to upload the video. So I have just been trying to upload the last EL videos, and then one stuck at 45%. I think it probably failed. I probably have to start it all over. But if Quattro uploads, then I can try to see what will happen if I do a browser refresh, and sometimes it'll let you select the file, the source file, and continue. And I've had that fix that issue before, so that's what I'm going to try. And if it doesn't work, just start it over. It's no big deal. But like a lot of times when I'm on the road, I'm only getting LTE or 4G LTE or whatever. But I think that a pilot in Omaha, because that's such a large city, should be able to get 5G and just let it start going to work. Allowing that, of course, that I can get shade. But I'm likely need to run the truck. It is what it is. Like if I start driving in the very late night, say like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and then stop like 3 p.m., and I'm going by Indy time, Goshen time. That's how the logs are all on Indy time. Then it's going to still be pretty hot, especially the more west I get, because 3 p.m. is noon in California. So that'll help me too, though, with the drop off, because the dealer hours. But yeah, that's kind of all that's going on. I had a little bit of issues getting my advance, but the control room tried to push through a second advance, and so they ended up putting through 1,000. It just took a while, and then 805, and that came a while after. So that's a lot on the advanced side. That's only going to leave 805 at the end. So they advanced the max that they usually do 1,000, but then they also do a second advance, which is half of the remaining, I think, because that's what this was. Whatever it is, it worked out. I got fuel, I'm thinking that it's probably, I got 3/4 in the truck tank and half on the gauge in the rear tank, but half in the rear tank is a lot more than half, because the bottom half of the tank is larger than the top half. So that first half can go pretty quick, but the bottom half will last a lot longer. So that's how that works. Yahusha did get me a room. So after I drop on Tuesday, I'm going to go to this hotel and I'll have Tuesday night and then Shabbat. And then I'll most likely get right on back to Indy to see if I can get one to Washington. It would be great if I can. But I'll try to give thanks to whatever Yahuah ordains for me to have. So that's kind of the latest and greatest on all of that. I'll cook something to eat when I get to my destination about 38 minutes from now. Very hungry. But that's okay. I want to try to focus on eating the food that I have in the fridge. Just the beef, and I got some eggs. So I went to this Amish dairy that my Yahusha had found, and I did buy some whole whipping cream from them, and they also had eggs, so I got 2 dozen. And I was talking to them about the water, and they said you should go to the artesian well. It's funny how I said that, artesian well. And so I did, and I found it, and I got 4, 5, 6, about 7 gallons worth. So I'm completely topped off on water as well. Baruk Atah. So yeah, that's about it. I'll review my route that I have. I'll take a look at it. I might adjust a few things because I am going a little bit further today. Although not much by the time. So look at, there's 42 miles remaining right now, and I've gone 517. So that's not even. It's not 600, you know. And that works out well because I did have to use. I had to spend about 45 minutes just to get to the Middlebury yard from Wakarusa. So there I lost almost an hour there, and then I had to use some on-duty, non-driving time for the pickup. So, and picking up in the dark, so I was using the flashlight and stuff, and that was okay. I should have used that flashlight. It's like a head. You just wear it on your head, so whatever you look at has light. I forgot to utilize that. That would have been kind of cool. But anyway, Baruk Yahuah, all is well. Obviously very tired after, starting my work day at 3 a.m. instead of my normal, 6. So I'll be looking to eat, try to get to bed a little earlier. And then we'll see what Abba has in store for la mañana. But, yeah, I know I was talking to my Yahusha about feeling the need to fill dead, to fill silence with speech, and something I want to try to work on actually, and maybe even I'll be doing a little bit more just quiet videoing of Abba God's creations. I'm going to let it run for a little bit and try to see if I can stay quiet and see if I can do it. Baruk Atah Yahuah. is a moment of silence, just enjoying the view. A lot of corn in Iowa, a lot of cornfields. But yeah, it was 75 earlier. Now it's saying it's 80. Just about 5 miles to go. There may start to be a little bit of traffic because Council Bluffs and then Omaha. You know. Let's see how it goes. It's telling me 2.2 miles. Okay, construction. Of course there is construction, right? I think that's my baby. Oh, wow. Uh, 1.7 miles, exit 429 north. Okay, so I'm looking for 4B. Slow down a little bit. Everybody's kind of slowing down. I don't recognize that. Is that a grocery store? Interesting. Train yard. This is our exit right here, 4B. And we only have 2 miles until we'll actually get off of here for the truck stop. I think the only reason that we're taking this exit is because of the truck stop. It's not really technically like on the route, it's just near it, perhaps. I found it on the fuel book, and I said, oh, I wanted to try to go a little bit farther than the Shelby rest area because I had like an extra hour and a half. So now it's more like an extra 30 minutes only, maybe 20 by the time I get there. So that's all that's going on here. So I'll find a place to park and throw up all the shades, get the laptop out, and see what we can do with the route and uploading some video and then cooking some food and going to sleep. Shalum Yahuah. May Abba protect me and make me invisible. Wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash that are out here causing so much chaos going on, right? Baruk Atah Yahuah. Shalom, Shalom, Mashpaka. see what we have in la mañana. Shalom. Whew, it's still so early. It's, actually, is that right? 6:50? It's not really as early as I thought, but I've already gone quite a ways. I stopped here at Grand Island, Nebraska, because it's the least expensive fuel for the whole trip. So I tried to grab as much as I could. And now I'm just brewing up some coffee, and then I'm going to use the facilities, and then I'm going to press on. And I'm trying to get to Big Springs. Oh yeah, it's also Nebraska. And I probably will get fuel there, and I probably will take a shower. Hallelujah. What is it? Pagan Sunday. So I have all day tomorrow, and then 2 more days. That last day, that Tuesday, I have to drop off by 3. So that's why I've been starting so early. I set my alarm for 3, and just get up and get rolling. So yeah, I'm about to double check on my phone. I'm already bad at this. Let's see what we got. Okay, 2 hours is what we spent so far driving. And this app has been acting really funny, like kicking me out a bunch. So let's see if it's going to behave itself. Because I do feel like I did get a fair amount of fuel, but I wasn't like empty or anything. Nope, it's doing that thing again. It keeps on saying you're timed out, and it logs you out immediately before you even get a chance to do anything. Very frustrating. Okay, it looks like it's letting me look at my fuel. Come on. $207. That was 57 gallons. 57 and a half, and that all went into the tank in the back. The truck was already plumb filled. Now that's, what did I just say? $207.13. That's not my price. That, oh, sorry, you're looking at the back of me. Oh, that's funny. So funny. What did I pay? I don't know, let's find out. 207. I'm thinking it could be like 180. Oh wow, 171. 207.13. This is like, oh, let me just do it like this every time. That would be great. But it's never really. This isn't the best even. I think the best I usually see is when I save like $1 a gallon. But this was $35.71, and I said it was 57. About 63 cents. Consider it a win. We'll take it. Take it. Let me see what we got going on here. So, advance to next stop. Well, we'll just call this 3 hours. 205 miles. That's what I would have left to get to my next stop, which is in the Big Springs. And then I don't even know how much farther, but I'm gonna be trying to go for this rest area. Well, I can make it there, but we shall see, eh? Abba willing. So yesterday, I don't even know who knows or pays attention, but yesterday I thought I was going to stop at this truck stop, and I did a couple laps around the Pilot, and there was nowhere to park, and I was like, what? And I only had 30 minutes left on my log. So I looked for a rest stop, and it showed me one that was real close. Stupid Google Maps. It took me all back into this neighborhood, tight little streets, narrow, and then told me to walk over there. So I had to get back out on the interstate and go down. And Baruk Atah Yahuah, I did find a place. And yeah, I was able to cook my food there and make a pot of coffee, plug in the pot. I had to hold it because there was nowhere to, the outlet was high and the cord's real short on this thing. Let me show you. This is so crazy. This is about the shortest dang cord you ever seen, right? So you plug it in and it won't reach the ground, so you gotta hold it. Anyway, whatever it takes, that's what we do. So yeah, let me pour this into there and go inside and use the facility, and then we'll get back out on the road. And right about when the sun starts to come up, we'll fire up the camera and talk about some things. All right? Shalom, family. Shalom, shalom. We got some light. It's been out for a while. I've just been drafting this big truck. Quite a long ways, actually. I brought my miles per gallon up from around, I think, about half a mile per gallon, but it's, we're almost at 195 miles, so it's sometimes I'm getting like 13 behind this truck, and I was getting 9, so I think it's averaging out closer to maybe 11. It's just ticking up a little bit at a time because it's like I said, almost 200 miles on here on this day so far. So, pretty sky, pretty clouds. Not a lot to look at, unless you like seeing, cornfields. Right, I was trying to turn the camera on and it wouldn't. I have my gloves on, and so when I was touching it, it's supposed to. You're supposed to be able to touch the phone through these gloves, but it just wouldn't register. And there was a donkey and a bunch of goats, and they were just so cute. I was like, dang it, I wanted to get that from my house, my mashpaka. I know that my Yahusha, hi baby, I love you. And my Bon, love you, Vitau. I know that they would have appreciated that if they ever do see it, Oh. It's too bad we can't stay in this lane more, because God, that other lane is so noisy. See how smooth and quiet this is? Let's see what happens if we jump back over. I'm pretty sure he was just getting around that. Oh, now it's slightly different. I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh, hallelujah, Yahuah, Tana Abba. We'll take it. Baruk Yahuah. Let's see, 123 miles to the next stop. So I think it was like 2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours and 40 minutes, and now it's down to 1 hour and 40 minutes. So I just about how long I've been behind this truck. I got behind him really close to the time that I left. I haven't really been able to do this as much as I want, but this long, steady crisscross of Nebraska is working out pretty well right here. earlier when the sky was really dark, there were these flashes of lightning ahead, and so I thought we were going to go through some thunderstorms, and we still may. Let me see. I can try to take a look and see. Gotta be on this road for 121 miles before anything really changes. So let me take a look at the windy. Straight ahead, actually. It's, I guess, called North Platte. So I'm not sure exactly where Big Spring is, but let's see if I can get any perspective on the truck map. I might not be able to. So North Platte is right along 80, and so it looks like we're going to be going right to it. So let's keep an eye out for that and see how it goes. Also just curious to see if I can get, okay, 8 miles an hour. Actually, it looks like it could be pushing. The wind could be pushing because it's showing that it's going out of the east, and I'm going pretty much northwest, so it might be pushing us a little. And then the gusts 17. So, Baruk Yahuah. Yesterday when I was at the rest area and I was right about to wash my dishes and try to go to sleep, and there was a big momentum fifth wheel next to me in a Ram dually. I saw this guy walking his road dog, and he started asking me, how's it going and stuff. And I said, going well. How about yourself? And, well, this old fella, he loved to talk, so he got my ear for probably about a solid hour. But I tried to extend him every measure of kindness, even though it was hot and I was really tired. And I got to hear a lot of amazing things. Like he was a trucker, 18-wheelers, like 25 years, and came over to RV Transport. And he was telling me about a time in the late 80s and early 90s when, I'm going to try to paraphrase what he said, and I don't know how accurate. I mean, this is the things he was saying, but they really thought it was all over when the fuel prices went from like 75 to $1.50. And there was apparently this guy on a radio program, and he was called Trucker Bozo. And Trucker Bozo was basically saying, hey, you guys all keep talking about striking, and this is why I think it's not going to work. You can't do it. And he was saying, you know, some of you are going to be staged up on overpasses so you can take shots at all the guys that are still going to continue to drive, that aren't standing with you. And they weren't just only upset about fuel prices, they were also upset about split speeds, to where, you know, cars could go one speed and the big trucks had to go another speed, which you still see, like, even right here where I'm at, we've got split speeds. So that was part of the thing that they were upset about. And then, of course, the cost of fuel and, you know, what they were getting paid per mile and all the rest of it. And so he was saying, not only will you be, you know, taking shots at your own, the drivers, which will cause a division, but there's going to be folks that are going to basically pretend to be you, that are going to do things like that. And, you know, they'll hijack they'll muddy the waters and hijack your movement and all the rest. It's like, wow, that's pretty interesting. So what he was going to suggest instead was that they pick a state that they travel clean through and make an agreement that they won't spend a dime there. Don't stop for food, don't stop for fuel, just roll right on through there. And so they thought about that, and they came to the conclusion that the state that they were going to boycott was going to be Indiana. And so Indiana's economy got hit really hard because the truckers wouldn't stop for hotels, you know, food, fuel, nothing. Smokes, whatever. They ain't spending a dime in Indiana. Truck stops were going out of business. You know, lube oil filter shops, whatever, that would do. Anybody that was a diesel mechanic, unless they did emergency roadside service, saw their businesses plummet. So the governor got involved, and, you know, he was trying to figure out how are we going to get our economy back? How are we going to get these truckers back involved in our economy? They're fueling our economy. Well, we lose the truckers and we're dead in the water. Which, you know, should be really important to this day. But, you know, there was a little bit of boycotting and talks of those things in 2020. And if I'm correct on dates, I might not be exactly correct, 2021, I don't know, but Canada and here, but it didn't really, I don't feel like they really got anything necessarily to change. So anyway, I guess it got to the point where they got back in touch with this trucker bozo, and they said, you need to fix this or you're going to go to jail. So not sure exactly what kind of charges they were going to threaten, because I think, you know, it's just basically freedom of speech. It's not like it's, you know, conspiracy to overthrow or some such thing. Who knows? They probably had some kind of charges, I'm sure. And you know, he was mentioning now anybody tries to organize truckers now, it's going to be a problem. But back then, at that time, it wasn't really a matter of who you drove for. You were a driver, so you were a brother. It was a brotherhood, and it was, you know, all truckers trying to look out for truckers. It wasn't about, you know, some kind of competition between different companies. And he was actually saying that they had that same kind of thing going on there for a while in RV transport. They used to have places that they would gather and they would meet, and they would also socialize on YouTube and things, and just talk about, you know, pros and cons of each company, what they're paying, what the loads look like, stuff like that. And they weren't like, you know, Horizon with Horizon and Wave with Wave and Indiana Transport with Indiana Transport. It was more just like everybody. But I guess he doesn't really feel like it's like that anymore, and just like it's not like that in the big truck anymore. What he was saying. I mean, this guy was driving back. He was driving cab over, you know. So he goes back a bit. You know, big rig driver for those 25 years. But how many years ago was that? That I don't really know. How long has he been doing it? The RV transport, I don't really know. But this is like his second truck, and you know, he's an OG, man. He's trying to put an airfoil spoiler on his dually, big Ram. So he had a 3500 Ram dually. It's actually just a regular short bed. So he doesn't, you know, he has a 60-gallon tank and he can't fit more. So anyway, he probably has a slide fifth wheel, I would imagine, but I didn't look. Point being was, they did get something to happen with the split speed limits to where the states came in and they raised it, because truckers were going 55 and the other drivers were going like 65. So they got up to 65, but then later I guess they just turn around, come back and made regular cars 75 or 70, and then you see some 80. So yeah, the split limit thing is back. It's not gone away with. And you know, I'm sure that they have all the justification based on safety and stuff like that they say. Although I will tell you, and anybody who's been over the road driving for any length of time will tell you, I am seeing a slack with a lot of these newer drivers. And, you know, he said that they started putting the trucker schools everywhere, and then you got a flood of all these other drivers, and it really changed the culture. But some of the most respect-filled, safest, because of just awareness and etiquette and looking ahead and all the different factors that are involved, the big rig truckers are some of the safest drivers that you're going to see out on the roadways. And when you watch what some of these other little, whatever you want to call it, four-wheel civilian vehicles do, it's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, that was interesting. He had quite a few interesting things to tell me too, that may or may not bear fruit down the road, about different things regarding truck maintenance. Like, for example, getting the bugs off of anything that has to do with the coolant of the truck. And also, he doesn't know where this place is, but he said he saw this place and dang near got himself in an accident because his head whooped around and do a double take so hard. He saw a place that's a fuel depot in Nevada that has diesel for literally like $1 less, and it's not a comp data thing. It's just a regular posted price, and you'll see a bunch of truckers there. And he's like, look for it. I don't know exactly where it is, so that's kind of funny. You know, who knows? Maybe I'll see it someday. I don't know. And he also was basically saying, you know, stops in his truck, or I think he's telling me he's getting off, and so I won't be drafting him anymore. But I wanted to try to give him a wave if that's the case, and I think that's what he was saying. Although I don't know for sure. I'm gonna hang back. Because he might not be doing that at all. Excuse me so much. So that is saying 75 is the speed limit, and I don't know if I saw a separate thing posted for trucks, but I thought I did. 65. I'll just keep an eye out for signs. So he told me this, and I'm curious about it. In fact, I'm thinking about floating the question out in the Facebook group. So he told me that he's been taking it for the team because he's been hauling these park models and getting like 6 miles, 7 miles to the gallon. And they're heavy, and they're flat, tall. I've taken a few myself. And he said that he saw something on there on the load board about it, and it said something like triple. And so he thought that it was going to be like triple pay. So he took a pair, and then he went and he's turning in his paperwork and something, and then he saw what he got paid, and he was like, hey, what's up with this? It said triple. And the dispatcher told him, oh, that's basically like attaboy points. You get triple attaboy points. And I was like, attaboy points, what? So he's with a different company, and he's saying that that's something that they do. So when you're a driver who's willing to take loads that other people aren't, you get these points, and you build these points up. And he's like, yeah, the dispatcher was telling me that basically what that means is that when things get really slow, you're going to be one of the guys who's going to still get loads. I was like, I wonder if the company I'm with has that kind of a metric that they're measuring, that they're doing that. I mean, obviously, I've been hearing from a lot of guys, like when you deal with dispatch, you need to deal with them in a respectful way, or respect-filled way, professional. Some of these guys will call in there and they just get rude. Well, that's just shooting your own self in the foot right there. You want to call in and be a butt because you can't get loads, you're pretty much guaranteed you're not going to get no loads. And that's, people there trying to do their job, and give respect, you get respect, right? So that's interesting. I'm wondering about that, if that's a thing. Also, I won't name no names or nothing like that, but there's a veteran driver that I met in the Facebook and the social media. He was nothing but kind to me. He actually answered a few questions that I had, and he went to the hospital several weeks ago, and now it looks like he passed away. So I don't know. The last time I sent him a private message, I told him that I was Palau to Yahuah, and he gave it a heart. Only Yahuah knows how much attention he was paying to the name. I don't know. I would have really loved to have been able to share more with him. If he would have been strong enough to ask any questions I could answer, but maybe he was just several weeks after that time, and they were doing their different types of treatments, some of which was intubation and ventilation. So when I hear that, my ears automatically perk up, because of other people that we have love for who received that kind of treatment and have passed away. And just knowing what is known about protocols and treatments, and there's more to that I probably would tell you in a more private. You can message me if you want to know more. But somebody shared a screenshot of what his daughter had posted, how I'm not going to be responding to messages and texts and things today. I'm just a girl who needs to be able to say bye to her daddy, and somebody then asked the question, like, what's going on? Because apparently they hadn't been seeing it, and they know him, and another person who's been given updates basically said battling blood clots and been a very difficult time for the family. So that throws up another one of those flags, whatever wondering I had, and my shot also thinks very similar to me. She asked me, and I said, I don't know. I don't know if he had or not, but now I'm pretty sure that he had. And so, it's a heartbreaking thing, but I also know that the sovereignty of Abba Yah, nobody's given over to that unless they're sealed. And people can disagree and all that, and that's fine. I'm not gonna get in an argument about it, but I'm convicted and sincerely believe that the ones who made a decision to remain undefiled do so because of Yahuah. It's not a guarantee that they're going to be sealed in the right hand and forehead by the Ruach of Yahuah, but they would have had a chance, right? And unfortunately, the ones who were sealed in the right hand and forehead by the beast system wouldn't have made that choice, that particular choice, right? So that's what I have on that. Because remember, and you might not agree with this either, but I'm going to share. There is a spiritual sealing first. Anything that happens to seal in the flesh is a manifestation of that Ruach. The right hand is all about the works. You do Qadash works in guarding the commandments, loving Him because He first loved you. And in the forehead, being transformed by the renewing of your mind, having the mind of Hamashiach. And you can only have one or the other. You're either going to love Him and guard His commandments, or no. You're either going to amunah in His sacrifice and think, like I said, with a renewed mind, or you're not. You're going to do the works of Hashatan, and you're going to think like the beast system. You're going to be sealed in your right hand and your forehead in the room before you even take any physical manifestation of that seal. Yeah. So take that for what it's worth, especially when people want to have endless debates about what the physical manifestation of the seal is. You're missing the point anyways. Just totally missing the point. If it's a barcode and you know it, that's not going to prevent you from getting it. What's going to prevent you is the Ruach. You do not have the strength to stand boldly in the face of evil without His strength, drawing you, guiding you, directing you, and I mean period. No one can choose Him without His anointing, right? His Ruach is our strength. He gives eyes to see. He gives ears to hear. He gives a new heart. He gives new birth. Halalu Yahuah. All esteem to Yahuah alone. Don't be taking no credit. Don't be trying to take no credit. I almost know right away what kind of a person I'm dealing with if I hear them speak at all in a pride way about what they know or what they do for the kingdom. Someone who boasts about how much they share the name and this and that, man. It's like a dead man walking. I just look at that and shake my head and be like, wow. Because a truly regenerate man is going to have so much humility about that. He literally will be the one who takes that crown right off of his own head and places it right at Yahusha's feet. And basically saying, I'm not worthy. Apart from you, I'm a criminal. Apart from you, I'm a lawless dead man walking. Right? So there you go. And the Basura is that those who were afar off, those who were deaf, blind, dead are brought into the newness of life. Because of His great love for us, they can have ears to hear, eyes to see, all new hearts, all new affections, transformed and renewed minds, and a right hand that serves the King of all creation. Malak Sadak, King of righteousness, Yahusha HaMashiach. Bro, that's it, man. It don't get more. It doesn't get more magnificent, amazing, beauty-filled than that. That is the Basura. That is the great news. The great news isn't that you believe and were immersed and now you can do whatever you want. You've entered into the kingdom of the lawless one. Yeah. No. The King of all creation says, go and commit no more crimes. Right? Your Amunah has made you whole. Now go and chata no more. Baruk Yahuah. At that color of that green right there. I don't know, I wouldn't say grass, but and it does look like it is. It looks like they basically probably grow hay. Hi. And then look at those clouds. And the clouds that are straight up ahead, those are the clouds that really want you to be able to see. There's like a darkness because of these clouds, and we are going right into a storm. Baruk Atah. Baruk Atah. I'm gonna lock in what we got, but I'm gonna fire up another round. Keep it rolling. Hallelujah. It's been a while since I've been home, right? Like probably 5 weeks or so. And I miss my shop, and I miss my boy, and I want to be home. But I know I gotta do this. I know I gotta fight. I know I gotta try to make this work. I was maxed out at my desk job. You aren't gonna do nothing. I was placed apart for the people in that place anyways. Their hearts are cold to me. And the supplemental income coming from dashing, I was maxed out there too. It just wasn't working. And this was like I tell my baby, you just imagine somebody that's in, say, quicksand, and they see that there's a vine right there. They know if they could just reach out and grab that vine, then they can at least not continue to sink, but maybe pull themselves out. But the thing is, the effort that's going to be required to lunge for it, when you move, it also means you start sinking quicker. So it's like all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Anybody who wants to second guess me and hindsight me over that, I just applaud that you can understand that. The ship was going down, taking on water, drowning, happening already. And this is just a last-ditch effort to try somehow, some way. The enemy wants my boy to go into an indoctrination camp, and for my Yahusha to have to go and be under the authority of some other male and have another, you know what I mean? She's doing a little bit of dashing herself to help out. But the thing with that is that she doesn't have to submit to the authority of another man to do that, you know what I mean? So that's all right. That's Qadash. My boy can go with her, and they can do it together. Whatever they're able to earn, it just helps. I had to outfit the truck. I had to get some things, invest, put some things on credit because I didn't have the money in the bank to do it. And so I'm fighting right now to continue to pay the bills, remain profitable, and get the credit paid down. And this is really kind of like the first time that I've been able to just stay out and get job after job after job. And Baruk Atah that I did, because when I left the lounge, I had talked to some other guys, and some of the guys are veteran guys, and they wanted loads and they couldn't get them, you know. So I would consider myself to be Baruk by Yahuah that I even got this load. And this is a well-paying load. It's one of the, it's one of the larger paying ones, but it also comes with a lot of fuel expense because it is so far. All I can do is just continue to fight, the Tau fight, and do my best. And halal, right? That the truck don't break down. Imagine if the truck breaks down, and yes, I have a roadside assistance, and I can do all that, but then I gotta pay to get things. Let's say it's an engine or transmission, and it's $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, right? Well, I don't even have credit room. I had to max out my stuff, Then what am I gonna do then? You see what I mean? Abba knows. Every night I go and spend somewhere, I'm asking him to make me invisible from the enemy, because you know what? There's wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash running around all over the place out here, and there's people that will rob, they will cheat, they will steal. Look at that beast of the field lying down in the storm. You see the flashes? So we got lightning happening. See now I feel like we're right in that storm that I was referring to. And it looks like a lot of the lightning is to the south. Actually, like, looking at the video, you got light there. It's a lot darker looking than that straight ahead, so we'll see. This is we're getting ready to come into a little bit of what the radar shows as orange, not the red, just the orange. Directly north some of the red. So you're going to be looking at that here in a little bit. Not yet, obviously, but so your view's going to get really dark. And what's coming down now, I don't know if you can hear it. I believe that you can. I love it. I think that we tend to love this more the more we love Yahuwah. Just like my Yashar'Al was sharing with me, Yashar'Al 11. And I've done some videos on wheels within wheels, because Yahuwah's wrath comes on a whirlwind. First Nation people will call them devil winds, and that's really accurate. Judgment comes on the whirlwind. The wrath of Yahuwah comes on the whirlwind. But there's so much promise in that chapter too. Talks about a highway for his people, our deliverance, to be up above the wrath, to go to Mount Zion, and also, the 144,000 are kings and priests forever after the order of the Lord. Making us righteous, giving us power and will actually have dominion over all flesh. Oh, the wicked are not going to be well pleased about that. So we have another way station right here, but it is showing closed. Alright, so this is pretty much the thickest part of this little section that shows on the radar right here. There's a bigger part of this storm, but it's still south of us, and we might not go through that at all. So let's see what this big truck does in front of me. Whoa! Hallelujah, Yahuah, family. Going a little bit slower than I want to go, so I'm going to pass him. No disrespect. The big rig brothers and sisters out here at all. Alright, now it's funny because I can actually see a blue sky. There, you now see that started to let up right there. The wiper starts squeaking because there's not as much rain. My left shoulder over here, there's more light. And that's, like I said, a little bit farther away. Hallelujah. Baruk Atah Yahuah. People amaze me. That truck, you see that little truck? He just came all the way down the ramp and never even thought about trying to merge. Like, weird. So just in case no one ever told you, when you come onto an interstate or a highway, you need to make the adjustments to accelerate or slow down so that you can get into the flow, go with the flow. It's not the people who are already on the highway or interstate's responsibility to adjust to you. We can, it's a courtesy, but it's not, we're not the ones merging. See what I'm saying? Alright, it's especially for if you're talking about big trucks and things, it is more difficult for us to adjust our speed to accommodate all the little four-wheel vehicles, little regular cars that are coming up, zips, you know. I don't know, maybe nobody ever told you, so I'm throwing you a solid right now. That's why it's called merging, right? On-ramp. That's what you use the on-ramp for, is to get your speed up. Now, if you come from, well, say Washington and apparently California too, they actually have stoplights on their on-ramps, which is just the most insane thing I've ever heard. You go all the way down the ramp, and then you have a light. That was what you were supposed to use to match your speed and gauge your merge. Now you just took away all of that. I mean, it's crazy. It's like taking an aircraft, and when he goes to do the takeoff, let him get about halfway down the runway and then make him stop again and then go again. Are you some kind of mental midget? I mean, that's insane. But that's what they do. That's how they roll. Right? That's why they, well, a lot of things that we talk about a lot of the time. So the storm is primarily now over my shoulder, and I'm gonna just click the little, what is it, play button. Click the little play button and verify. Okay, so it's actually moving south and east, so we're out of it. You know, let me see what, if anything. Yeah, directly to the south of us is a lot of thunder and lightning, thunderstorm. But I don't see anything until even like Salt Lake. We're not going all that way this day. It'll be for tomorrow, and it's a totally different day. So, but you know, Baruk Yahuah for that. I always appreciate that. And just got new wipers installed on the truck. When the truck got serviced. Yesterday, all my days start running together, especially with this, you know, so late, doing everything so late. Oh, I guess that would have been, yeah, that's correct, Friday. Got into town Friday, got dispatched, ran errands, got supplies, then went to the lounge, did laundry, and straight to sleep. Because I woke up at, you know, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3. I can't recall, but way too early. And same thing with today, and I'm going to keep doing that because I need to make sure that I can get this load delivered by Tuesday. Now, if something happens that's outside of my control, that's different. I'm talking about stewardship, managing the things that I'm able to manage. That's all. That's all. Baruk Yahuah. Got an hour. Get to Big Springs, Nebraska. Not to be confused with Big Spring, Texas. Last time I took a trailer down here, I went through Big Spring, Texas instead, which is a lot more southerly route. This time I'm taking the more direct route, which is going to bring me more like Vegas and LA. I think some other things too. I want to just kind of do a bird's eye. This is best done on the laptop, but I don't have the laptop out. So Denver, St. George, Las Vegas, and LA. I ain't gonna be dealing with Arizona at all this time. I'm just barely going through the littlest corner of it. And I don't know how many RV transporters watch these videos, but if you're an RV transporter and you watch this video, please know, okay, this isn't anything like, I'm not trying to complain. That ain't what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give helpful information. So the company that we contact to get our permits can get all the permits that we need. So if your leasing company is telling you that you have to go in person, like for example they say about New Mexico and they say about Arizona, okay, well, I have spoken with them directly, asked the very question, and they said, oh no, we can. Oh yes, we can. So I'm going to just be going forward, I'm just going to be contacting them for all my permits and just let them get the permits. Also, I think my company was saying something like the max reimbursement for a permit for Arizona is like $100. It depends on how many miles. It depends on how much miles you travel in that state. That's how they determine what your rate is. I'm going through the littlest corner and it's going to be like $16. So in order to pay the maximum, I guess you would have to go from the north to the south, and then maybe you come in the north, go by Flagstaff, Phoenix, down to Tucson, then cut across to go to Texas or something. I mean, I guess that would be the longest way you would spend time in Arizona. Then that's going to be the one that's going to, cost you guys so much. Just FYI, just a friendly, your information. Yeah, so I got some blue skies straight ahead of me, and just tiniest little sliver of like rain cloud that probably won't even drop any moisture because it will if it ends up bumping into the other ones later, but they're all south and east of us. That even that thing that you see right there, that could join in later, but it's most likely not gonna. Ooh-wee. Baruk Atah. See, like when I look at some of these, like these big cornfields right here, to me that is pretty, in these trees. So, but I guess we can see what we want to see, and I see the beauty of Yahuah in all of creation. So that's what I'm getting. I like these sunflowers too. So in Yeshayahu chapter 11, there's this really great, it might be verse 16. Verse 16 is the one that talks about there'll be a highway for the remnant of his people. Okay, looking for a different one up, which I guess is 13 right here. It says, the envy of Ephraim, which is the southern tribes of Yashar'Al. Southern tribes are sometimes referred to as Yashar'Al. I'm sorry, I said southern. Forgive. Salafi. Northern. I'm talking about the north of lost tribes. Okay? Lost tribesmen. Like Shalum. Okay? And sometimes it's interchangeably referred to as Yashar'Al, Ephraim. There could be another one too. But you'll start to see the pattern with mentioned in conjunction with like Yehuda. So right here it says, the envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Yehuda shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Yehuda, and Yehuda shall not vex Ephraim. So there's the promise of the tribes being united as one branch in Yahuwah's hand. And there's a promise that Yashar'Al will be like a battle axe in Yahuwah's hand. So if you have this understanding, this is what we're waiting for. I was, now I'm forgetting, Judges, right? So my Mashpaka and I are reading it. Judges, and we're in the first 3 chapters last Shabbat, and it was saying how Yahuwah commanded them to get rid of all the abominations, which are the mixing of angelic and Adamic seed, Nephilim, right? And they're to get rid of all of it. And the thing is, it says that Shamuan and Yehuda united. So let's work together and get rid of everything out of my land, and then we'll go over to your land and we'll clean that. And that's how they do. Apart from that, when the tribes are not united and they're working on their own, they never did cleanse their lands. And Dan didn't even enter into their land. They stayed dwelling in the mountains because it was so saturated with Canaanite, Jebusites, right? Hittites, Jebusites. I mean, it's all the ites, right? That's all. That's what's going on. Same as today. It's a broad path. The land is filled with the wicked and the foolish. And the remnant is few. Right? So it was back then. Yashar'Al was a few in a land completely corrupted by demi-gods and goddesses and Nephilim, the 4 mighty ones, and all the idol worship. They started acting like the other nations and doing like they do. And it's a problem. Causes huge problems in your relationship with Yahuwah when you're sleeping around on him, sleeping with the enemy, eating meat sacrificed to idols, blaspheming his Ruach when giving credit to a foreign mighty one for the works of his own hand. Okay. Rocky. So it says in verse 14 of Isaiah or Yeshayahu 11, what the people Yashar'Al, united, no longer having envy, jealousy, vexation one with another, but a united branch. They shall fly upon the shoulders of the Palestine. Towards the west. They shall spoil them to the east. Why he's saying east and west? Because he's talking about going to have a dominion over all the earth. They shall spoil them to the east together. They shall lay their hand upon this translation right here says EDOM. Go look it up. What are the letters? Aleph, Dalet, Mem, as in Adam, as in those who are in the flesh, unregenerate, sons of Adam rather than sons of Yahuah, born in the flesh, dying in the flesh, never born again in the Ruach, and living forever in the Ruach of Yahuah. Hallelujah, you understand? Okay? And it also says, and the Moabites, which is I'd have to double check on this, but I think that what you're going to see is that you have a type of an incest thing going on, right? Shah will be able to confirm that for me, but I know that we have instances of this in the scripture. An unclean thing happens, and an abomination happens. You cannot uncover the nakedness of your father to sleep with his own Asha or your own mother. Yeah. Or obviously father, right? So Moab and Ammon. A-M-M-O-N. So taking the prophet's words in context with the rest of scripture, precept upon precept, it seems to be referring to the time when Yashar'Al began to reign upon the face of the earth again. And, you know, the wicked come to hate the two witnesses. Two witnesses, Ephraim and Yehuda, two tribes that he intends to mend, the lost sheep and the remnant Yahudim, southern tribes, Benjamin and Yehuda. I believe so. Why don't you correct me if I'm wrong? Okay, because I've seen it already in quite a few other places. Yep. And even these two olive trees united by the root that feeds the oil, right? A reference to the Ruach of Yahuah. Hallelujah. Just again, more of that Basurah. Because it's so much more than just being delivered from a lake of fire. Yeah, that's important. Right? It is. It's important. But to eternally be free from committing hatah, walking in all the statutes, precepts, and will of Yahuwah perfectly well, being united to all your brothers and sisters as one body, being one with Yahuwah, as Yahusha is one, right? Go to the Palal, Yahusha's Palal, which is located in the book of John, chapter 17. These words spoke Yahusha, lifting up his eyes to the Shemayim, and saying to Yahuwah, the hour is come, magnify your Son, that your Son also may magnify you, as you have given him power over all flesh. You should give eternal life to as much as you have given him. And this is life eternal, that they might know you, the only true Yah, and Yahusha Mashiach, whom you have sent. Just keep hearing that they're separate. Yah, the great I am. Ah, the great I am adds breath. The great I am is the creator. Yah, Shah, the great I am adds deliverance. The great I am is our Savior, deliverer. The only true Yah and Yahusha. The one and only Echad. Yeah? He's not bipolar, schizophrenic, what you just got a temporal understanding. The Ruach of Yahuwah took on flesh. Is he able to still be in the Shemayim at the same time? Of course, silly. Of course. Yahuwah is able to be everywhere all at the same time, and he cannot be confined into one space anyways. Most of you will already acknowledge that there could be, you might say, oh, there's 144,000 on the earth that have the spirit or the Ruach of Yahuwah in them. Oh, really? At the same time? All in different places? That's not difficult for you to understand or believe. But the idea that he could be palaling to the Ruach that's in the Shemayim and be indwelt with the same Ruach while he's here on Haaretz is just a bridge too far for you? Well, seek Yahuwah, right? Because only he can really give that understanding anyways. I have magnified you on the earth, and I have finished the work which you gave me to do. And now, O Father, magnify me with your own self, with the esteem which I had with you before the world was. Shared esteem that he had with him before the world was even created. You already know that Yahusha is attributed with creation in John chapter 1. John says, well, let me just go there. And when I will come back to verse 6. Okay? Let me just go there. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and Elohim was the Word. The same was in the beginning with Elohim. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of Adam. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness cannot understand. Okay? So who is the Word made flesh? Yahusha. See? Just said that the Word, Yahusha, is the Creator. But I just told you the name Yahuwah means the great I am adds breath. That's the name of the Father. Yad-He-Uah-He. So wait, what's going on here? Are you confused? Because the only explanation is quite simply and quite literally that Yahuwah said he was going to be our deliverer, and he always keeps his word. His word cannot be broken. Because Yahuah is Yahusha. Okay? The Son is the right hand of the Father, doing the works and the will of the Father, as Yahusha just said. Anyways, he just said that he did all the works that you gave, that I did all the works that you gave me to do, Father. Now magnify me with the same esteem that I had with you before the world even existed. Yahusha is not a creature. The vessel was created, but the Ruach is Ancient of Days, Aleph and Tau, without mother, without father, without beginning, without ending. That's the description from Abrim chapter 7, Hebrews chapter 7, of the Malach Zadok, who is Yah, Ahaya, Achar, Achaya, I am that I am, Baruk Atah Yahuah. Verse 6. I have manifested your name. I have manifested your name. Came in the name of the Father, doing the will of the Father. Yahusha, hallelujah. Alright? I manifested your name unto Adam, which you gave me out of the world. So the ones that the Father calls out of the world come into Amunah in Yahusha and are delivered. Many are called, but few are chosen. Yours they are, and you gave them to me, and they have guarded your word. Guarded your word. That is what it is to be sealed in the right hand and forehead. The Amunah without works is dead, but the Amunah with the works, that's the life. Because you're manifesting, you are showing, you are bearing the fruit. You are reaping what was sowed. Your power comes from Him. That's what it is to be grafted into the true vine, the living vine. Hallelujah. Yahuah. Now they have known that all things whatsoever you have given me are of you. I think he's declaring and saying that they understand that we're the same. They experience me and know that I am of you and you are of me. Now, make them, watch, he's going to be saying, for I have given unto them the words which you gave me, and they have received them, and have known surely that I came out from you, or come out of you, and they have believed that you did send me. He's declaring that they understand the oneness, Achad. I palal for them. I'm not palal for the world, he says. I ain't palal for the whole world. But them which you have given me, he's only palaling for Yashar'Al, my upright peoples, the upright peoples of Elohim, Qadashayam of Yasharal. That's it. There it is. And why is he doing that? He said, for they are yours. But he said you gave them to me. That they're yours, they're mine. Yeah, because it's the same. Whatever's his is his. Whatever's his is his. It's all his. Same. All of mine are yours, and yours are mine. And I am magnified in these. So all this is happening for the esteem of his own name, Yah. Now, I'm no more in the world, but these still are in the world. I am coming to you, Kadash, Father. Guard them by your name, the same name which you have given me, Yahusha, by the name Yah. That they may be Yachad, as we are Yachad. See, he's palaling for Yashar'Al to be one with Yah, just like Yah is one with Yahusha. Hallelujah. If you are able to receive this truth, please let me know in the comments, and also share it with others. I know that these treasures are sometimes just hidden in long videos, and so it could get lost. And I actually palal that someday someone may go back and take clips and put it out that way. The truth is, man, the message is going to hit its target. Whoever Abba wants to hear it is going to be the one that does. And there's going to be others maybe that hear it and reject it, and it's not for them. But there will not be any who are called and chosen who will not hear and receive His words of truth from some of a multitude of messengers and vessels who are inspired and called by Yahuah to speak these truths. And it's just an honor to share it. And may Yahuah, in the name of Yah, be magnified. Hallelujah. Yahusha, because Yahuah is Yahusha, Yahusha is Yahuah, Yahshua. I love these white cattle. You see all the white cattle out there, family? Whoa! Shalom. Yo, Baruk Yahuah. I'm liking this place. This is Big Springs, Nebraska, Flying J. That shower upstairs, I got even better shower this time. It's like fresher. Hit on my back. This is like, it's relaxing. I'm trying to get straightened around here, and we're going to get back out on the road because the weather did not let up, and more storms, more rain clouds just started popping up everywhere. So I'm not cooking here. I went and looked at this place, Route 80. Yeah, they got some great food items and some stuff that I probably could get, like steak and eggs, but it's like 27 bucks. So I'm not doing that. I'm gonna wait and eat Nerlin beef and eggs on my own, Abba willing, in about 4 hours, I think is what it'll be. So let me get us back out on the road. I'm gonna try to adjust the route, and so we can get a move on. Baruk Yahuah. Okay. We added a stop, another place that I've already been to, Green River, Utah. Pilot at Green River, Utah has, I guess I would say, the next least expensive. Like, dude, what's going on with this person? I guess, okay. You have the right of way, huh? Interesting. It's a parking lot, but know who instilled in me that I would yield to the bigger truck first. I don't know why. If they haul in a trailer, you don't make them stop just because you're not paying attention. Whee! Yeah, I like this place. I stayed here on Shabbat. Kind of funny. That's actually the last place I took a shower. Gone a lot of miles since then. All right, so I figured I'll at least get the camera up and rolling for the heading on out part, and we'll see if it fizzles out quick. Probably will. Our next stop is kind of far. Probably going to be closer to 4.5 hours. It's saying 4:20 on here, but if I had to reckon it'll be longer. It's pretty much always is longer than whatever it says. And plus, I'm keeping my top speed more like around 64 unless I'm drafting. It's been a bit of a game changer. Just being honest. Yesterday, I think I logged that my MPG was 9.5 with this trailer, but today I'm at 10.7. I don't want to, get ahead of myself, but at least it's that right now. Why is it telling me 76? Oh yeah, because that's what time it is. We're hanging up 80 for a bit. We're going 76 for a while. And then, see this guy? See, I'm going 64 and this guy go right past me like that. And that's when I said, oh, I think I'm going to run with you for a while, big dog. 76 down to Denver, then 70, so I don't know how long. I'm going to try and see how it goes with him. He might be going a little bit too fast for my comfort zone. But, drafting also helps a lot. Okay, and then 76 to 70, and then 70 to 15. But that's way ahead of where we're at, so we ain't gonna worry about that right now. I wonder why he's going so fast. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the trailer when I go at this higher speed. Everything's smooth. It's just the fuel economy takes such a large hit. And I honestly can't, I don't want to get to Arizona. Is it Arizona first or Nevada first? No, I'm confused. I think it's Arizona first. I have to get the permit for the day that I have basically planned in my route. Somebody trying to pass me on the right. People don't really pay attention to what's going on these roads, man. They're dangerous. I'm just saying. Something like that you should probably see coming literally a mile away. Hot shotter. Johnston RV Transport. Be interesting to chat with that fella because, now the big rig, he's moving out again. He's making another route. So I got to get to 76 West, so that's going to change everything. I'm not going to be driving with that truck at all because I'm on a totally different road. Okay, that Jeep did not go this way. I'm make sure I keep an eye on where they are because it's unpredictable, folks. So I was wanting to eat, but it didn't work out. It's pretty though, all the clouds and everything. I dig it. Now, I wonder if those droplets that's messing up the camera or not. Oh, I hope not. A little hard for me to tell. It's probably focusing on the drops and then the background's blurry. Try and take a look at that the next time I stop. If I can remember. here, I might just keep my speed for a little bit longer and see if I can fall in behind. Might be hearing from my baby soon anyways. It's already after 8 there back home. They were out dashing in the evening and we got home a little bit late. No, not really. That was my time. About 8 o'clock. Before dark. Bonus thought on the oneness thing. How many kings in a throne room? See, everybody knows the answer is one. That's that king's throne room. Right? King of his kingdom. And people don't have a problem seeing Yahuwah on the throne, and then they don't have a problem seeing Yahusha on the throne. But then they're like, oh, there's 2 thrones. And stuff like that. You know, it's like, why is Yahusha seated down at the right hand of the Father? First of all, you're reading the English translated from Greek. So there's issues, and the enemy's very clever. Both of those are unclean lips. But understand it in Scripture that the right hand is associated with the works. Yahusha, the Ruach of Yahuah, came to the earth to finish the work. Renewing his bride. See, that's the other thing. It's a huge thing. And Thurah, the son, cannot marry his father's ex-wife. That's uncovering his father's nakedness. He cannot lay with a female that was laid with the father. It just can't be. Okay? So, you're making something to be a lie, and you need to check yourself. Thurah is not a lie. Yahuwah not a lie. Yahusha not a lie. Ain't none of that a lie. So we need to make sure our understanding is on point. Okay? Nobody took his life from him and willingly laid it down and raised it up again. Ruach of Yahuwah did all of this. The creator, sustainer, deliverer is the king, and he is the husband. Gave a certificate of divorcement to the northern tribes of Yashar'Al. When he laid his life down, that certificate of divorcement was torn up, thrown away, canceled, null and void. Now she's eligible to remarry. And since he's able to raise his own self back up again, he's the only one who could ever remarry like that. You see what I'm saying? That's what the wedding feast of the Lamb in the book is celebrating his sacrifice to make the once and for all perfect atonement for his bride. It's really like that, just plain. It's not complicated. It's complicated to perceive, it's complicated to understand. In fact, it's impossible for man. Yahusha even said, for man this is impossible, but nothing is impossible for Yahuwah. So guess what? His these lambs that hear his voice, his bride, Yashar'Al, they get this because of you. That's the only reason why. And sadly, a lot of people are all up in their pride, and they mock and scoff at the people who believe the oneness. Behold, Yashar'Al, Yah, our Yahuah, is Echad. Echad, one. So, there it is. Again. There's a lot more evidences. Those are some really power-filled ones. I'm giving you right up off the top of my head. I can explain it to a young man. I don't need to get all into some deep theological, doctrinal thing. Scripts cannot be broken. Yahusha is who he said he is. How many times did he say, I am? I am divine. I am the way. I am the gate. Right? He even told those Roman soldiers that came to arrest him in Gethsemane, Ahaya. And they fell down. They fell back by the power of that statement. And the Pharisees were like, he makes himself to be one with the Father. We need to hear nothing else. And they called it blasphemy. It's actually blasphemy to say that you have another deliverer other than Yahuwah, because Yahuwah is the one who promised to be your deliverer, and he doesn't give his esteem to anyone else, and that's all scripture. And I guess, the real truth is that when Abba shows these things, they're manifested all throughout the scripts. I found me a big rig to draft with. We'll see how it goes. Some of these drivers get really uneasy, so I don't want to cause that to happen. But we're in here, locked in it to win it. So I'm willing, by the time I get to my destination, which I already forgot the name of it. It's about 4 hours away, 283 miles away. And then in the dawning, I make coffee, and then I get on out to Green River for refuel. And I don't know, I kind of pause and think about it. I might get me another jar of honey, so I have like a backup. I still have over half of that jar left, but I don't want to run out and then have to I don't want to say that word, have to compromise for something less or even worse, unclean. Not into that at all. So I have my reminder right there that tells me about my 30-minute break. So I'm going to go back into here and turn that. Maybe I have to write it in the notes. I don't know how this works. I put off duty, but I'm going to change it to 30-minute break. And then I'm going to see if it... So, oh, you know why? I only have 6 hours and 43 minutes left to do all the rest of my driving, because that's 14 hours after what time I started. So I have 5.5 hours of driving, of which I'm only going to need to use 4. Could be a little cushion built in there, because of like if it's on construction and traffic. I mean, even right now, I'm going 67 into 75, so it dinks that so the ETA is already going to be off because I'm going less than the posted limit. So I feel like I need to try to get one of those balls that you can hold on to for the steering. And the reason being is the way I hold the steering wheel, like by my I'd have to program myself to hold it in an entirely different way, which I can do. But the way I hold it is my thumb and my index finger wrap around that center part where the buttons are, and then my middle finger kind of claws its way around there. So I told my shot, I said it looked like a velociraptor holding onto the wheel, and she laughed and said, I know how you drive. I think that's sweet. She knows how I hold the wheel already. I mean, that's like, she pays attention and notices things. It's so cute. Anyway, I feel like the ball will help me to stop doing that. And the reason why I want to stop doing that is because my middle knuckle, the knuckle that's like closest to your actual hand, is always got a dull ache. It feels like it needs to be popped. And the left one does pop and it releases some of that tension that's there, but the right one is not. It's like jammed. And it gets worse by the claw grab of the wheel. So I try to remember to like hold it a different way, or place my hand at the bottom, and but then I always just forget and go back to that default way. I wonder if that makes sense to anybody out there who's done a lot of driving, who's very experienced behind the wheel. Have you ever had a similar experience and had to do what worked for you? So we still have a lot of cloud cover. I'm just curious to see if there's any new things that did pop up here on the radar. Man, look at that, y'all! Like I think I'm getting ready to go into Colorado. Dang, we are knocking this thing out, boy. Baruk Atah. I'll be in Vegas soon. Am I going that far? I don't even know, but it doesn't look like there's anything in my path, but they could just spring up, because the conditions are conducive, favorable. Searching for words. Okay, Denver, Colorado, so I'm going out quite a bit past that. Yeah, so this rest area is next to Eagle River. think I don't think it'll show me the name. That's one thing I do not like about the Google Maps on the phone versus how it is on the laptop. It doesn't let me see, like what the name of the rest area is. Alright, I need to focus because I fell quite a bit behind my lead blocker there. He's cutting through the wind for me. I need to close that gap and nestle right back into that sweet spot. And I'm pretty sure my baby's going to be getting with me here shortly. I want to just try to let her rest as much as possible because they're doing some evening time dashing and stuff like that. Field out there. Doing what they love. Doing what they made to do. It's not clean to pack them into a little tight little space and make them walk around on fecal matter. There ain't no grass, it's all mud. You know what I mean? Putting stuff into their blood that's unclean, making them eat stuff that's not natural. None of that's okay. You might think that they do those things because science, but I wanted to say that there's spirits at work behind these things that knows exactly what they're doing. That NPC keeps me from getting over the very exact moment that NPC comes and tries to merge right into my spot where I already was. You know what I mean? And now he's going to pass me and act a fool. You should have either went ahead of me or behind me, but no. And the enemy, this is what they try to do, wear you out. The other little van was there just at the perfect time to block me from sliding over. I would have to honestly say I'm surprised that I wasn't forced to put my brakes on. I could have stayed right here and made the merger slow down. I don't know, maybe I should have. You think he'd learn? It's not a child. This is a full-grown man driving that truck. I don't know if he would learn or not. I don't know. It's hard to say, man. Some people have no interest in learning manners, respect, discipline. As my Yahusha would say. Discipline, manners, respect. And she's such a Qadashayam mom. How she teaches our body. Yep. Baruk Atah. This is the weirdest looking tractor right here. It ain't got no smokestacks on it. Dude, where's your exhaust pipes? What kind of truck is that? What the heck, abomination? What? Freightliner? What? How are you gonna sit there and get rid of the exhaust? That's weird. Sometimes they turn their lights off and on to let you know that you can move on over, but I guess that ain't one of them kind of guys. I usually tell them the same thing when they pass me. And then they answer back by flashing them back. And that's what I do when they signal me. I say, thank you, my lights. Let's save some for later. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Adonai. Kata for this yom. Please give us your gil, Shalum, and Hassan. In Yahusha's name. You know why halal in Yahusha's name? Because Yahusha is Yah in his most recent finished work of deliverance. He is the creator, but he's also more than the creator. He's also the deliverer. And then when he returns and finishes that last work, he'll have a name nobody knows but himself. But we will know it. And I believe that that's how we'll esteem him forever. That's why it's also so important to understand that your deliverer is your creator. They're the same. Whenever he does this last work, whatever it is, it says halal Yahuah because he put away all chata and death in the lake of fire, and that serpent of old, the dragon, Lucifer. Yeah. So he did away with all that. Yeah. So it's pretty likely, in my opinion, that that last name will signify that, because no one else can create out of nothing except you, and no one else can save, no one else can be that Pesach for us, laying his own life down, raising it back up again, and having an infinite value to pay the infinite price of the offense. It needs to be once and for all finished. The blood of bulls and goats would have to be renewed constantly every year, more sacrifice constantly being made. Yah being the sacrifice, and there's no more need for any more sacrifice. He's infinite. See? Get understanding. Baruk Yahuah. You know? No one else would be able to put away Hashatan, S-I-N, and death. Some other kind of like creature supposed to give you everlasting life. about these things, man. That's foolishness. Yah alone gives life. Halal. Shalom, shalom, family. Yeah, I know I don't have my headphones on, but I just wanted to try and capture this dairy air. This is what I'm talking about. They take all those beasts of field and they pack them in there all tight like that. See those little igloo things? That's for the babies. See, they're all just laying in the dirt, laying in the mud. And when they feed them, they stick their heads through those tiny little slits. And it stinks. They put them up underneath there and they turn the fans on. Take something that comes straight from Yahuwah's creation that's meant to be a barak to us, and what do they want to do? Profit off it. That's all they want to do. Exploit it. How can I maximize my profits? Meanwhile, you just dishonor and disrespect the thing. You know? That's how man is. Think about it. Left to his own vices, he'll do that to everything. Just exploit it all. It's just sad. Alright, family, I just wanted to try and turn the camera on because of some of these mountains. I know I don't have my headphones on right now. Dang, I wonder if you can see up in there. You see them raping the earth? Shh. Look at all that, the layers that they've been stripping away. That's all profit off it. Kind of hidden back behind there, though. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. You just have to believe me. Trying to use the exhaust brake a little bit going down here. Why is everything always under construction? Jeez. We got 82 miles. Until the bed down place, exit, whatever you want to call it. Rest area. Let's halal that it's Qadash to stay at, because if not, I'll just have to press on until I find something else. And now my stuff wants to start falling down. Just gross. It's all gross. Toll $9 without toll pass $18. What the heck are you talking about, mister? Casino Parkway? Sorry, I thought we were going to get some Yapa views of the mountain, and all you're seeing is a bunch of concrete construction. Crazy. Here's a tunnel. It's pretty short. Express lane, $6. Idaho Springs. Excuse me. Alright, I guess I can have the headphones on if I'm gonna be keeping the camera on. And I'm not too sure how much longer we'll go, but maybe for a few moments here. Take a look around, see what you see. Gold mine over there. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if that's like a touristy thing nowadays, or if it's just closed, or what's going on. I have no idea. Very crowded little place right there. Probably a popular place to go on a Sunday afternoon. It's hard for me to believe that it's not even noon back home. That's just wild. Get my mind blown by that. Let me see, I've already been 11 hours and 23 minutes. Is that right? Hey, bro. For the total shift day, driving 9.5, 9:38 actually, but all's well. I'm having to keep these crazy hours for this load, and that's what I need to do in order to avoid any issues with my Shabbat rest. So that is not a problem. That's my honor. It's not like that all the time, and I'm actually gonna recoup in a hotel a little bit. So Tuesday night, my Shah got me a room at La Quinta. La La Quinta. Forgot what the name of the town is. We'll worry about that later. Obviously, hotel in California, Southern California, is not cheap, so kind of sucks. But you know, I did green light her to use the club membership and find a place and all that. And I know she did her due diligence, man. She'll find a bargain, and she'll make sure that it's not slummy and all the rest. So, thank you, Mama Bear. I've been being really, let's see, well about only eating my own food, but I am going to get me a steak burrito. I know the place I went to last time. I just go right over there and grab that sucker again right after I drop the trailer off. Baruk Atah. If it's every once in a while, it's still alright. Here we go again with all of the view being out this side. You guys are just looking at the slope of the hillside. It's all cloudy right now. It's all like overcast and stuff. So let's see if I'm even going to be able to cook. One great thing is it's only 70 degrees, so I'm going to be going to sleep and it's not going to be too hot or anything, so we're rocking over that. I just know as soon as I turn the camera off, it's going to be some amazing view there. I want to try to capture. All trucks, commercial vehicles next right. Well, if it's open, let's just see. It might say closed. Do 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 do. Way station next right. You don't say you don't have nothing on there about it. It's open or closed. Come on, y'all. I have a feeling it's going to be closed, and I do not appreciate it. But I am trying to be Taub and do what is asked of me. You know, it's almost like this place is against rest areas. I have been going and going and going looking for a rest area, and it's nothing. Pre-pass. September through May. Dang it, I'm about to get some chains soon. Scale's closed. Why you guys have me come down here and it's closed? Put it on the sign up there. bunch of freaking losers. Dude, for real. They'll be the first ones to jam me up if I do anything wrong, but they can just screw up all day long and it don't mean nothing. That's why people are over y'all. Insane, dude. Just absolutely insane. You know what's hilarious? I told you I was talking to one of the OG truckers / Army transporter yesterday evening, and he is telling me about Truckin' Bozo, and I never heard of it. I did not know about this. I know about a lot of the things that, you know, that he brought out about how, like, if there wasn't no truckers, you'd be hungry, tired, and can't remember what the other thing was, naked, right? Because food, clothes, and even your bed, like everything came from a trucker. Trucks brought that stuff there. Anyway, I'm trying to focus on what I was saying. Oh, he was saying how the head of the Department of Transportation is not qualified. The only qualification that she has is that she sleeps with a very powerful senator every night. And he says, I say that to be inflammatory and shocking on the radio and everything like that, but it's true. She's married to the Senator Bob Dole. And I say that to see if she'll say anything back or sue me or anything, because I'm actually not telling, I'm saying that I'm telling the truth. She sleeps with the senator every night. That's her husband, Bob Dole. And I think that's funny because, well, it's always the same old, right? Things are hard all over, and you know, for truckers, Army transporters, and pretty much everybody, because of government overreach, oversight, incompetency, tyrannical spirit in the land, all of it. Okay, now I think you're going to get a view of a mountain here that's would have been worth the wait. Sorry that you did have to wait. Well, don't put a grass mound right in front of it. Alright, coming up, there's a grass mound. Get out of the way, grass mound. Bring on the mountain. Are you going to be able to see the mountain? Oh, it's going up right there, right? Oh, big rock. Hey, oh, you can't even see the top. And then there's water down below, and you can't see that either, huh? Come on, man. Come on, bro. It just bees like that sometimes. The camera gets what the camera gives, right? It is pretty. I don't appreciate what they do to it. I'm trying to imagine it undefiled. Try. So yeah, it was pretty cool. I was listening to some tribute stuff on Truckin' Bozo. Apparently passed away a while back, and they're having like some tributes and stuff. But yeah, I guess he started out on AM radio and was doing some kind of clear channel, coast to coast, like, you know, and then ultimately went to Sirius XM radio. So I'm surprised I never heard of it. Ram's horn. Ram crossing sign right there. I would have to have the NBC in front of me that can't get around. speeding up now. You gotta be kidding me. When I move, you move, NPC. See, now I'm obstructing the other person, so please don't do that, alright? Thank you, sir. There you go, Mazda. Speed away. So they got split speed here now, too. Now there's a rest area. No trucks over 35 feet. So that's kind of crazy. If you're a trucker, you're not allowed to use the rest area. Come on, you guys. But you got plenty of room to market some tourism revenue. Truckers are for the economy of the whole country. You don't help support that, huh? Good joke, bro. Look at these old trailers. Look at those old trailers, Mama Bear. Some kind of debris down in the roadway. Don't run it over because it's a pizza box. Yo. Save some of our video time for something else if something else opens up, because that's way too zoomed in, just rocks flying by. So sorry, family. You like these tunnels? Eisenhower Tunnel 1973 it says. 1973, just like me. Past him. And his buddy too. Brand new Brinkley's one bumper pull the other fifth wheel. Can't like the uneven lane thing going on here, guys. Guys meaning, like maintenance. But there's too much construction. I know, well, they're doing other things instead of just fixing the roads we got. Tell the big trucks they gotta go 35. Oh dang. I didn't like the way that sounds. Exhaust brake, but come on, bro. I guess it's because it's so steep, I don't know. getting some of this Hot Shots Sure Shift transmission additive. Looks like it could be help filled. Spare the truck a little bit and try to use this trailer brake some more going downhill. I can't ride it too much though, right? Because then it'll get like really, really hot. When the trailer brake gets hot. Oh, my ears are all popping. 47 miles. Don't think we're going to get much of a signal, huh? Kind of feel like I'd have to. Although, I don't know. It depends, because like if you get near any major city or anything like that, all of a sudden you got a signal. Money to be made, that's why. Excuse me. So yeah, see the sign says 7%, and the truck was only saying 2%. I don't think this is 2%. This is about probably the steepest one I've been on so far. A little bit of rain. Rocky Hill. More of the ear popping. This town here is called Dillon, and it's like very resort-like. Very resort-like. I don't know exactly where they have their skiing, but you know, they got all kinds of skiing there. Showing the transmission fluid is hot, but the thing is, there's no cruise control turned on, there's no exhaust brake turned on, so why would it be doing anything to warm up the transmission at all? I don't know. How about give me your favor, please? Pump some fuel. but now we're going up the hill. So let's see how she does. I already know it's going to go up, but the question is how much. In front of me. Don't make me push my brakes, you little zip. Dang, dude. Why are you even going under the speed limit? I don't think you even have a reason for that. Okay. So here we go. Dang, what a view out my window. There's a lake over there. Sorry guys, I would love for you to be able to see it. I don't know what's up with that. Frisco, Colorado, I-70. This big truck. See no gaps. You guys ain't giving me no gaps. Come on. Y'all come on back with some gaps. He's moving that big old thing too though. So I'll rock you up for that. At least it gives me a little bit of space. Restriction in place. High fire danger. Please don't pass me in the right lane. There's a great big truck up here. Yeesh. Gotta look ahead a little bit, guys. Come on. Better believe he's gonna be slowing down here. Momento. Building up every bit of speed he can too though. That BMW is looking like he's still going to want to try to force the issue, which is crazy to me. Just absolutely crazy. Dude, he's going to cut me off. Unreal. Just that one truck, there's two more up here. I could have boxed him out, but it wouldn't have been worth it. You know what I mean? Just let him go. He's going to keep zigging and zagging him. His BMW SUV is like his Porsche. Man, that transmission temperature dropped down quite a bit. 198. Oh, Abigail's got 138,000 miles. So that means that we've put 36,000 on since we got the truck. And may I Abba continue to barak her. She's out here working, going to work, help earn bread for the house. Try to get over, because then I gotta try to get back over because there's more big trucks right up here. So instead I'm just going to increase my speed a little bit as a courtesy to these zips that are trying to get down this way too. Like the one right behind me, Range Rover, Land Rover, whatever it is, Red Rover. Campsite. Yeah, see, here's more of that Colorado, I don't know, a little bit more modern architecture, like a resort style community. It's all stacked up boxes. This is definitely a little ski town right here. You can see the lifts and everything on my side. Come on, Abby. You don't need to shift, girl. I don't need you to shift. See how there's always that hesitation shift right there into that overdrive gear. Well, apparently this is supposed to help with that, because as the fluid in the transmission heats, and so burns, and it loses some of its thickness, then it can like affect the shifting because some of it's pressure driven. I didn't even realize all this stuff. But I was trying to do a little bit of research into like, why transmission's not shifting. You need to shift now though, come on. There we go, there we go. So yeah, that could be something that I can just purchase and add in. But I mean, I know the transmission was serviced not too long ago. I haven't logged the miles, but it was basically in June. Differential was serviced, transmission was serviced. Just got a bunch of things done before I even hitched up to my first trailer. That you can get a aftermarket differential like cover that has like fins on it, which is supposed to help reduce overheating. Oh, this rest area here is closed. Of course it is. This is like the summit area. Trying to build up a little bit of momentum on this downhill. You with construction. Oh man, it's gonna be kind of crazy. This is getting a little hairy. 45, big rig here. So I don't want to get over right now, that's for sure. Minivan, Pacifica, whatever, in my way. Watch out, Loopy. Hey, bro. Are you kidding me? Stay in your lane, bro. Can't like that. Alright, I think I'm gonna... Whoa! time it got up to 215, I smelled smoking. Whoa, what's going on here, bro? You're like way on the brakes. It's a little hairy, must admit. See, I don't know why it's doing that. I don't have the... Come on, Abigail. Hang in there, girl. Message, Mama Bear. I'm gonna get to it as soon as I can. Right now, Daddy can't do anything else but drive. Big bump. Oh gosh, you guys, you gotta be kidding me with that. Stay in low gears. Yeah. I have to be careful with that. If I put that exhaust brake on, it's just everybody's pulled over to the side of the road right there. My laptop started trying to come out of its bag. So I can put the Velcro on that to help. It reminds me of when I used to dispatch ambulance and I'd come in early and work all day, and at the end of the day it would be so crazy you would leave out of there just overstimulated, like you just get your butt handed to you, slam so hard, you know what I mean? It was like that with the police too. It's just driving me nuts. It seemed like we'd always have our shift change at the worst possible time, you know, when everything is like going crazy. Okay. Daddy, I need a couple things from Costco. Okay, honey, like I understand, and I just need you to tell me what they are, so that we can try to budget. And I think I'm like 20 miles away from my stop, and if I'm able to actually stop there, I can just double check the finances and stuff like that. I'm on like a really steep downhill mountain, and the truck transmission is getting hot, and I'm gonna have to be away from my phone for a few moments, okay? So please understand. Stuff. This isn't even really that heavy of a trailer neither. Popping the ears again. Such beauty-filled colors over here on my side right now. I'm not really digging what the mountain on this side. Your side looks like looks like matchsticks and drought hill or something. Crazy that it's even like that. It's just crazy. Back out, which is great. now look at, now they're gonna try to speed up. Are you kidding me? Dude. Come on, bro. You gotta pay attention. You gotta watch out for big trucks and stuff like that. I don't need to have to watch out for you. So really large, like hotel style, resort style. I mean, it's crazy over here. There's a very large slopes right there. It cracks me up, man. The guy, he just came flying down to pass me and get back over. It's like you were in front of me and you were going slow. Like, what in the world, dude? Like, somehow you snapped out of it and you're like, you can't be in front of me. You're pulling a trailer. Okay. I don't mind you being in front of me, just don't slow down again. For no reason. Yeah, there's a lot of slopes here on this face. I would think this is probably one of the more, they call it Eagle's Nest, it looks like. Maybe you've heard of it. It's probably world famous skiing for all I know. Here's a building that's an example. You see the blue metal roof with the angle. You see some of this architecture. This is what I'm talking about. I would think that a lot of this stuff is probably 4 years old or less. I mean, I don't know. There's a bunch of new stuff going in right there. Definitely got to be some guys making bucks if they're like foundation, plumbing, electrical, roofing, windows, you know, get in on some of these construction that's going on. Probably have more work than you can handle and plenty of pay. Y'all. Hallelujah. I'm ready. I'm ready for this day to be in the books, in the logs, because this is a pretty busy one. We're right at 600 miles. so it's going to be, just slightly above that. 615 or so. Oh man. Okay, this guy's really gonna trigger me. I go around and pass him and he speeds up, and then I get back over and he starts slowing down. Water down there. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it though. Like some rough bumps. Rough bumps right there. Alright. Almost there. 5 miles. Hallelujah. I think I'm going to end up finalizing the video because I had the camera on a lot more than I kind of thought I was going to. That's all right. That's okay. I don't really think I'm gonna get a signal up here, out here, whatever. Off and on today, a few places. destination, and then we'll figure all that out. Because I might not even stay here. I mean, I want to if it's... What does it even need to have? I don't know. Not much. I wouldn't really hook on the tailgate because the trailer's hitched up. So... weather is, it is what it is. I can't go to a different place just because of that. Plus there doesn't seem to be a lot of options through here, through this area. Less than a mile, so we're going to see right now. Colorado Mountain College. Exit 163. Exit 163 has all this food stuff, but it doesn't even look like it's anything that I'd want. I don't really want any of that stuff anyways. I mean, maybe there's like even a little covered area that I can cook. So I am exiting here, but then I'm not sure exactly where we're going after. This is a little town called Edwards that it's taking me to. I'm pretty sure they don't allow overnight parking. The places where there's money, they're very like, no. Alright, hold on, family. We got a little roundabout here, and everybody's driving like zippity, zip, zip, zippity. Down, and then this one I gotta go straight on. I don't like this at all. Like little Mercedes come flying out of nowhere. Dude, are you serious with the roundabouts? This is the third roundabout in like 200 feet. Give me a break. Okay, go straight. We get to cross over a pretty bridge. Is it pretty underneath, or is it looking rough? I don't know. Okay, so this is the rest area. It's looking pretty popular. There's a bunch of campers right there. Except those aren't pull-through type places. I'm not interested in that, I'll tell you that right now. Passenger cars, trucks, and trailers. Yeah, look at all these folks that park up here, dude. Like, what the heck? Yo no sé. Yo no sé, ese. Full timers, I guess. I don't know. There's a couple campers over on the right where the autos are. But to be honest with you, I think I might just hang out with the big boys over here because I don't want to go deal with all that tightness. Not interested. I'm actually going to come in right here. Halalu Yahuah. Alright, family. thank you for hanging out. And may Yahuwah barak you and your house in his Qadashayam of Yahusha HaMashiach. And we'll catch you on the next one, Abba willing. Shalom.